Nekoka says, what will it be, love? Roar. Sure. All. The doctor says. Fine. You. It. Is that.
Gilgamesh says, we meet again, Hildy. Hildebrand says, Greg? Greg? I say, you are a sight for sore eyes. However did you come to be here? Gilgamesh says, well, you see. Hildebrand says, I say, to think that Greg was masquerading. Gilgamesh says, indeed, I was. After Haven bested me a second time, I quit Eorzea and embarked upon a journey to distant lands, that I might hone my skills in but when I saw you had misread my carefully written words and come in her stead, I felt I had no choice but to remove you from the field forcibly. Pray forgive me my unkindness. Hildebrand says, now, Greg, there is no need for apologies between friends. Yet again I must ask, though, how did you come to be here, in Kugorne, as a Ronin? Gilgamesh says, I know it seems far-fetched, even insulting to your intelligence, but there's a simple and highly satisfying. In my quest to hone my skills and procure more powerful weapons overseas, I neglected to budget properly for food and drink, and soon found myself bereft of. Driven to a deathly hunger, I fell to my knees, and in that instant looked to my bosom friend, the painted rooster that had offered me companionship in my darkest hour. When dawn broke the following day, I was alone once more, a sliver of strength restored by the terrible sacrifice of my comrade, whose body and soul I would carry with me ever after. But by his grace I survived for days and days after, until I chanced to cross paths with a stray. He too was clearly a victim of the slings and arrows of outrageous misfortune, and in each other we found kindred spirits, we orphans of fate. Thus did I name him Daigoro, and thereafter did we travel as one, working together that we might both live to see another day. When we at last arrived at Kugone, I sought employment as a mercenary to rebuild my misspent savings and resume my search for the strongest of swords. It was through such ventures that I acquired the Zanmato, in fact, and began to build my reputation as Yojimbo. Natarali, a legendary Ronin, must dress to meet the expectations of his clients, and so I assembled an outfit that would satisfy those who Kageyama was one such client. When I saw that Haven and her comrades were to be my opponent, though, I quickly realized he had not paid me nearly enough. Needless to say, the sight of the woman who had bested me twice before was enough to rekindle the competitive spirit within me, and so when I heard tell of the Sobarasuki hero, I knew I must claim it in preparation for our battle. The rest, you know. Hildebrand says truly, a riveting tale. Gilgamesh says and tragic, besides. For though I fought with all my strength, yet again was I defeated by the great and, as I said to you on the bridge, no more tricks. I have taken my shot and fallen short, and so I will cease my shenanigans and instead pledge my complete support to your endeavors, that I might make amends for my. Hildebrand says and we should be glad to have it, Greg. Hildebrand says let us return to Nashu and share with her the. You too, Greg. You're a full-fledged.
Hakaraka says terrible news, everyone.
Hildebrand says whatever is the matter, Nashu?
Hakaraka says it's Shiguri. As punishment for helping the wolf burglar escape, he's been sentenced to death by ritual suicide.
Gilgamesh says this is indeed a disturbing development, Hildy. Hildebrand says we have no time to spare, my friends. Presuming the wolf burglar is in the wind, our only recourse is to delve deeper into the hidden past of Master Akebono and uncover proof that the sword he claims was stolen was first stolen by he himself. Hildebrand says divide and conquer, agents of inquiry style. Byakuden says, how did Akebono earn his fortune, you ask? By peddling a variety of medicinal wares for all manner of purposes. Byakuden says, from what I heard, they were all remarkably effective and popular. He still enjoys a reputation as a premier source of alchemical goods. Would that I had the coin to afford such luxurious potions and potables. His clientele spends in a visit what I earn in a month.
Okay, I'm back.
I was totally muted. I am so sorry about that. How's it going, AFK King? And welcome back, Webner.
Haven strikes again.
The mute button is my best friend, eh?
True Canadian saying, eh?
Anyways, how's your day today?
Keaton says, I should be glad to speak of Master Akebono to you, albeit solely with regards to his character as a businessman. Like all who have risen to mercantile prominence, he has been at the center of rumor and intrigue. For every man who sings his praises, there is another who would curse his name. None will deny the efficacy of his medicines, which is to be expected given that he utilizes the finest ingredients from the
online,
birthplace of alchemy, Rajasthan. His satisfied customers are beyond counting.
Mike and Revna has logged in.
Keaton says, on the other hand, none can deny the exorbitant profits he has reaped by tightly controlling the supply of Hanish ingredients. Absent competition, he is free to
1 o'clock and there's only
prices
57
as he
mentors
sees
in
fit.
here.
Yeah, it's
Unfortunately,
surprising.
this has led many in desperate need of his miraculous medicines to spend their entire
is our
life
favorite mentor
savings
online?
or seek assistance from disreputable moneylenders. His practices are, ultimately, wholly within the confines of the law. So, again, as a businessman, he is to be lauded for his success.
Not seeing
But
him.
I will say nothing on his morals or ethics, or lack thereof.
That's good.
Nope.
That's good. Wow! Luna's not in first place right now? That's surprising. Latte's online though. Alright, where's Hildy? Hildy's back over there.
Hildebrand says, have you tantalizing tidbits of information to share, my good woman? Come, come. Out with it. A man who preys on the sick and needy for personal gain, is he? As expected, there is far more to Master Akebono than meets the eye.
Hakaraka says, Inspector, we've got to hurry. Shigeru's execution is going to be carried out any moment now if we don't do something.
So what's the game plan?
Hildebrand says, what? Already? And there I was hoping we might first conduct a thorough investigation and
have no
uncover
idea.
information with which we might convince them to set the poor man free, but absent that. There are many roads which lead to just ends. If we must take a shortcut to avert a grave miscarriage of justice, then so be it.
I'm currently doing the Hildebrand quest for Hugani.
It's rough.
Shigure says, Honored brothers, I will not beg your forgiveness, only pray that by this humble offering of my life that I might absolve the Sekisei Gumi of the shame I have brought upon it through my misdeeds.
What is Hildy doing?
Blade says, what is the meaning of this?
Turnkey says that man is an imposter. Sees.
What are you doing right now?
Going for expert roulette.
So you
As
can
a
get
tank.
the train. So you can get the train station.
The field station.
Yeah. I guess I can't call it a train station anymore since I know what it is.
Hildebrand says Shigure.
Yep.
Shigure. Shigure
Yeah.
says I will do no such thing. I may have
One
lost
tuna melt was not
what
enough.
honor was mine in life, but
Oh
at
yeah,
least I
that's what I made 2 last night myself.
Were they good?
Question mark says, your honor is yet yours. Sam.
The bread was too crispy.
Burglar
Yeah.
says you
I do mine on
will
English
cut your
muffins.
belly open this day.
Ooh, that would be
Shigure,
yummy.
you have the Soberasuki hero
Yeah.
and the infamous wolf. Shigure says but why? Burglar says we had a deal, remember? Temporary release.
Blade says, this is indeed the Soberasuki hero. Very well. Escort the wolf burglar back to his cell, and send a runner to Master.
Captain says we are far from finished, Shigure. The wolf burglar may be in custody once more, but you must still answer for your... Captain says, therefore, after further deliberation,
It's sunny outside,
I have
just so you're
decided
aware.
that you will conduct a
Or
formal
cylinders if you're
investigation into the
under one's
rumors
threat.
surrounding Must.
Yeah, I saw that there was you got the warning not that long ago.
Question mark says that will not be necessary. Indeed, with the return of the wolf burglar, I believe we can consider this tiresome of.
It's very sunny outside too. That's why if you look at my
Let's go open the
says
windows.
commode.
What?
But then I was
Shigure
gonna open my
says,
windows, but
wait,
then I
where
thought,
are you?
that's probably not a good
Sir,
idea.
knows
So I'm not
guess.
gonna be upstairs.
Yeah.
Then I was thinking to
Commode
myself,
says, surely, you must be mistaken.
what
I have
happens
no
if I lose
recollection
power
of any
tonight?
such event.
What am I gonna do for dinner?
Anyway, as I said before, I believe there is no need for any further
Do you have anything that
investigation.
you can use?
Should you deem otherwise, you are free to
That are
proceed.
not.
However, such
I do, and then I
wasted
thought I could
expenditures may
order
force
just
us to
Jersey
reconsider
Mike's.
the resources we
You could.
allocate you and your...
But that means I have to
Captain
leave and go
says
pick it
rest
up.
assured, Master
I want
Commode,
Jersey
that we
Mike's.
value your counsel deeply, and should be glad
Jersey
to
Mike's is the bomb.
Shigure,
I've never
the
had
matter
Jersey
of the
Mike's.
Soberasuki hero and Master
It's
Akio
way
is now
better than
officially closed.
Subway.
Apparently, there's one here. There's one here. Apparently.
Commode says yes. That will be all.
Oh, it's coming soon. Oh, it's not even in my city. It's literally in one of the suburbs, which I've never been to that suburb, but there's a bus that goes right there.
Oh, that's not too bad.
Yeah. It's not open. Oh my god. Oh my god. Seriously? When did he get here? When did he get here?
He just got here.
1, 2, 3 after you.
Well, he wasn't in there when I left.
Yeah, he's 3 after you.
Hildebrand says ha ha ha. Very good. I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have once more done the impossible and saved a man from certain death.
Not to be here, right?
A shame that the others seemed so eager to wash their hands of the affair. Not Shigure, though. I understand he still has questions for the wolf burglar.
The Hildebrand quest is done now. If I... where is it here?
Art is the worst class in the game. Anyone can fight me on that. I won't shake. I won't shake.
Yeah. Where is it here?
Oh my god, it took me like 20 minutes to find a dungeon.
Seriously? Wow.
Not really 20 minutes, but like 7. Oh, I got the field station.
Of course you did.
Hildebrand says what ho, Shigure. Oh.
I'm gonna send you a screenshot, but I'm gonna send it over I'm gonna send it over Discord.
Shigure says, my friends, I cannot thank you enough.
I'll give you a
had
hint
you not arrived when you had, I would not be
who Luna's talking about. Actually, I won't need to give you a hint. You would know who.
You will forgive me for dispensing with further expressions of gratitude, for I have just returned from the jail where I spoke with the wolf burglar, who shared with me some rather troubling information.
Who Luna's talking about?
Hildebrand says, do not keep us in suspense. Shigure says, not long after we delivered the wolf burglar into the custody of the Sakisegumi, Master Akipon
I'm in a trash call.
Berating the turnkey, demanding that they return the stolen content. You may recall that we spoke with Master Akipono concerning this theft shortly after we first met. He was rather secretive regarding said contents at that time, but the wolf burglar said it was an unmarked satchel filled with a white powder. Given Master Akipono's reputation as a purveyor of medicines, our chivalrous thief resolved to steal it for the benefit of the poor and needy, as is his wont. However, since there was nothing to identify what manner of medicine it was, the wolf burglar
I know it's true, but it's like seriously unfortunate.
Plainly, however, it was no ordinary medicine. For why else would Master Akipono? Hildebrand says, my keen inspector senses tingling. Where is Shigure says, in the possession of the men and women of the waterways. They will not admit this, however, unless we give them the proper password, as above. Hildebrand says, understood. Let us hasten to the
Does Hildy have any dungeons? Do any dungeons get unlocked with Hildy?
Dungeons? No, but I think there's a trial.
Koyu says, knew you lot'd turn up again sooner or later. Didn't expect you'd be bringing along another unfamiliar face, though.
Let's see. Don't do Prism.
No matter. I like the cut of his jib. So
So
what
this
are
is
you
the
after
final
this
quest
time?
of the even further adventures. Which is the Stormblood.
Shigure says a certain
see,
satchel
what
containing a
is,
certain white powder which once belonged to a
Endwalker?
certain
Endwalker
merchant.
have...
The wolf burglar told
Oh,
me you
Endwalker
had
Yes.
it.
does...
The relic weapons.
Yeah. And there's a trial at the very end.
Yes.
Koyu says if he did, then he'd have told you the magic words, too. Shigure says yes, of course. They are.
So if patch 6.25
Hildebrand
gave
says
us
soar high above and never go low.
gave us a hill request, are we getting a hill request on Tuesday?
That I don't know the answer.
Shigure says what?
Oh yeah,
Holy
because
tick
we
me.
have only
No.
we only
This
have
is
one
no
thing
time for fun and games,
so far
Inspector.
for Dawntrail, and that was 7.15. So most likely we're getting something on Tuesday, with 7.25.
Koyu says pull the other one, it's got bells on. Shigure says what are you doing, Haven? Don't antagonize the man. Or have you really forgotten what the password was? Koyu says that's it. Nothing personal, but we've got to be careful. Damned if I know what it is, but my gut tells me it's nothing no honest man would keep in a locked safe. Shigure says that said, a suspicious powder is far from incontrovertible proof of criminal misdeeds. We need to first determine what it is. Any ideas how we might do so?
Today's the last day for the Domino's 42% off.
Seek the assistance of a Hannish alchemist or someone versed in their alchemical traditions. Perhaps someone at the Thavnairian consulate. Hildebrand says brilliant minds think alike, for I too reached that conclusion but a moment ago. To the Thavnairian consulate, my friends. Shigure says here, you can't simply go and bang on the gates of a foreign consulate and expect to. Oh, never mind.
We still need to do Juno. Is that that's 100, right?
Yep.
What do I have for my Wondrous Tales? Oh, I have a lot of stuff I have to do for Wondrous Tales. Why is my map so big? It shouldn't be like half the size it is.
It is all rather sudden, I realize, but to reiterate, it is of the utmost importance that we speak with your superiors.
Yeah, human vulnerability. What
have you
the hell
learned
is
from the
this
point
shit?
Shigure says not as such, no. Mulnith says then my hands, they are tied. There are procedures, samurai, and much paper. Shigure says under normal circumstances I would agree, but this is a matter of public safety and welfare. Surely.
Question mark says what ho, young Manderville man.
Hildebrand says father. Godbert says what brings you to the far side of the world? Hildebrand says a complex series of events too exhausting to detail. Of greater importance is what brings us to the consulate. You see, we must needs enlist the assistance of a Hannish alchemist, or one with an encyclopedia. Representative says how fortunate, then, that we should chance to meet. I am a representative of the Suchitra concern, of Radzatan, should you know not the name. We trade. If your quandary requires the expertise of one versed in such ways, pray permit me to assist you. Indeed, to aid the son of Lord Godbert Manderville and his comrades would be an honor most great. Shigure says that is most generous of you. Far be. Godbert says perhaps a change of venue is in order. I say, let us not impose upon these hard-working keepers of the Representative says this powder, it is most fascinating. An ingredient of Hannish origin, this is true, but not dangerous purposes, rather, and for this reason its sale is forbidden. In the hands of a master alchemist it could be used to create duprism. Shigure says I'm sorry, duprism. Representative says a most powerful drug. A mere thimbleful is enough to befuddle the senses, and render even the most strong-willed subject susceptible. You may be assured this is not an exaggeration. Resistance is, most regrettably, undetectable. It is, save for the occasional glimmer in the eyes, a changing of the color, fleeting and... Shigure says by the Kami I have seen such a glimmer. Representative says oh? Are you quite sure it... Hildebrand says well deduced, my faithful assistant and undying fan. I was just about... Representative says well. If what you say is true, then a most terrible crime has been committed. Evidence must be gathered, and those Shigure says it all makes sense now. Why else would the chief coin counter of the Sekisegumi press so strongly to end an investigation into a modest merchant? Because he drugged him during their meeting. At last, we have motive, means, and opportunity. Come. Godbert says how wonderful it is to see Hildy's infectious enthusiasm inspire others to rise to the occasion once more. Well then.
Where is it here? What am I looking for? What am I looking for? Beans. See there? Okay.
Hildebrand says Akibono. We call on you to come forth and on.
Hakaraka says, doesn't seem like anybody's home.
Shigure says wherever could he possibly be? Huh? But that's impossible.
Oh, it got downgraded from a warning to a watch, by the way, just now.
Burglar says, ha.
Maybe it's because
Thought
of your
you'd seen the
blue
last of me. As if I'd content myself with sitting
Oh,
in
let's
jail I
just
could escape on a whim while you lot
launch
your
myself
chance to bring my
into-
nemesis to justice. And by escaping on someone else's watch, no one can pin the blame on
Fucking
you this
pit.
time, eh?
Good
Wouldn't
job.
want to repeat of. Shigure says don't tell me this was your plan all along. To secure my freedom so we could expose Aki. Burglar says and reclaim the Soberasuki hero into the bargain. This is no small undertaking, and I knew I'd need. Burglar says now that we're all on the same page, let's be on our way. The bastard's bound for the Isle of Beko, off to meet with a silent. Hildebrand says capital. If we hurry, perhaps we Burglar says he may be an idiot, but he's got the right idea. There's no. Shigure says very well. If that is the way the winds are blowing, let no one.
Why did you do that, you stupid healer?
What did they do? What relic match
I
do
hate
you
that guy.
use?
What?
What relic match do we get with tombstones now?
So it's the 3-part relic weapons for Endwalker, and it's oh my god, let me find a tombstone person. There's no tombstone person.
Burglar says this is the place, I'm sure of it. All we have to do is wait.
Alright, the tombstones are for...
Is it the standard tombstones or poetic?
Yeah. Yep.
Hildebrand says father.
I just don't remember what you needed
by
for
the commie.
them.
Could it be that the
Oh, okay.
inspector's father is in? Burglar says don't be daft. Look closer. Akibono says, as
What
always,
tombstones?
your discretion in these matters. Representative
But
says
it's to
as
go with the
always,
Endwalker
Master
Relic
Akibono.
weapons, which is a
But to the
3-parter.
matter at hand, the
Oh,
dualism.
okay.
It is. Akibono says ha ha ha. Exceeded them, I should say.
Those are the
Never
easiest
in
relic
my wildest
weapons to
dreams could I
get.
have imagined that a drug could
Are they?
tasteless, odorless, colorless.
Yeah, because all you have to do is
Chief
farm
Common
poetics,
Counter had
which means
no
all you really
idea
have to
his
do
drink had
is your
been
dailies,
compromised.
and
He has already proved
whatever
to
else
be
gives
a
you
most
poetics.
useful tool in
Nice.
manipulating the Sakisegumi, more than worth the regular upkeep to keep him in. Akibono says now that the Soborasuki hero is back where it belongs, I can set my sights on much bigger prizes. The Bugyoshu, perhaps? Magistrate Aki. Representative says you are more right than you know, Master Akibono, for I come bearing a gift courtesy of Mandeville and Mandeville, a most illustrious Eorzean consortium of which you have done. Representative says their resources are considerable, and their influence extends far beyond the borders of Oldnud. But all the
Right,
wealth
find what he
pales in
needed.
comparison to what I present. As we discussed, Lord Godbert, you will
What's that?
serve Master Akibono faithfully and
Someone
without
asked for a
question.
healer.
Yeah.
Godbert says but of course.
Oops.
Shigure says commie for friend. He's under the... Burglar says wait, you fool. Now is not...
You're gonna give them.
Hildebrand says father, 'tis I. Your beloved son, Hildebrand. Hearken to me.
I really can't.
Representative says the inspector arrives, as I knew he would. Doubtless your friends are cowering in hiding.
Machines.
Just as well. In one fell swoop. Representative says I call upon Eorzea's most fearsome of goldsmiths. I call upon the hammer.
It's the queue. They don't do trains, though, in those areas.
It's a Stormblood one, so.
Shigure says oh
And
dear.
actually, they have been doing Stormblood trains at least once a week, so.
Okay, but an A rank spawns like
Every
every
6
what,
hours.
48 hours?
6
Yeah.
hours. So if there is a train supposed to be later today, it's a better to save it, right? I'm actually just surprised with the way I worded
Akibono
that.
says blah ha ha ha
That
ha.
it did
Magnificent.
not get I didn't get jumped on by Zaya. Not gonna lie.
Hildebrand says it falls to you, Hildebrand Halidor. Forgive me, Father, but you know not what you do. Hildebrand says you're a man. God but says man. Hildebrand says abort, Father.
Oh my god. You know, if it wasn't for Godboat, I think the Mandeville quest would actually be way better.
God but says phew, and I'm spent.
Yeah, I have to agree with that statement.
Well, this is all very embarrassing indeed. 1,000 pardons to you all for my rather excessive display of martial. God but says oh, and it should go without saying, but Mandeville and Mandeville will be severing all ties with the Suchitra concern. Hildebrand says rejoice, my friend, for we have reclaimed the Soberasuki hero once more. How fortunate that the dastardly Akebono would be so loath to set it aside that he would rather bring it with him. Burglar says, a final favor, if you'll indulge me. Right,
Oh.
then. I suppose you'll be wanting to get me back to the jail. Regardless of the reasons, a crime is a crime, and mine are many. And an upstanding Sekisegumi like yourself must... Shigure says, indeed I must, which is why it will be with much regret that I inform my superiors I have seen neither hide nor hair of the notorious... Burglar says, huh? You sure? Shigure says not if you ask me again. Go. Hildebrand says Shigure has the right of it. You should be the one to bring your father's spirit the comfort and closure. Burglar says you're mad, each and every one of you. Even the samurai. And I love you all the... Gilgamesh says to hold fast to a righteous creed, yet recognize when too rigid an adherence. Would that, like the burglar, I might find a measure of peace in more.
Only because I don't want that aspect because I know football's here. Oops, I'm going the wrong way. Where is it? Oh, it's down here.
The lights flashed again.
Oh no.
Shrew says Shiki Shrew gives short stack baby cakes a big hug.
That's kind of ridiculous. Somebody asked, when's the poll time? And the person just replied, now. Basically.
The hunt train is moving to Heritage Found, 23.6, 19.7. Nagadolania says tie.
Where is... There's...
Shigure says, and off goes Lord Godbert, along with Akibono. I should thank him for that. Shigure says, nothing left for us but to follow them back to Kugorne, I suppose. Are you ready? Good. Then let us be off.
So I should probably wait to do the relic weapons until I actually get in there, right?
I think you'll be okay.
Like, no, like what I'm saying is...
Shigure says, I cannot even begin to imagine where I would be had I never crossed paths with you and your comrades.
Oh yeah.
At the bottom of my heart,
I'm on the
I thank you for
quest
the Sekisegumi have concluded that even before the chief
4.56.
coin counter fell under Akibono's thrall, he willingly and enthusiastically conspired with the merchant to illicit ends, and so he will be held to account. As for Akibono and his now defunct enterprise, the Thavnairian consulate has agreed to intercede on behalf of its countrymen to broker a more equitable arrangement between Hunnish suppliers and Hingan merchants. All agree that another monopoly would serve no one's interests. Regardless of their motivations, if their actions put more medicine in the hands of the sick and needy, then I think it's safe to call it a change for the better, don't you? The best
Like, before
part,
I do any
if
roulette,
you
is what
ask
I'm
me,
saying?
in light of Akibono's crimes, Aldetso to
Yeah, so before you do any roulette, you should
his
finish
exorbitant prices are.
the stuff for Hildy. If you
There's
have
a
full
time when I
poetics.
might not have thought as
Yeah,
much.
I'm at
Good
2,000.
and evil, the innocent and the
Yeah,
criminal,
so-
it all seemed so simple in the abstract, but out here, in the
I've
real
actually
world,
been at 2,000
life is
for almost a
anything.
week.
You and the inspector helped me to understand
My
how
God.
naive I was. You taught me to look beyond appearance and hearsay and not be too quick to judge a man for his misdeeds. If I am worthy of the Sekisei Gumi, it is because of you and him. Speaking of which, what exactly did become of Inspector Hildebrand? Do you think we ought to do something? Oh, so this is a regular occurrence, is it? Fair enough. If you are certain that he will turn up eventually, none the worse for wear, then I shall take your word for it and strike all worry
Your
from my mind.
thunderstorm watch
Should
has
that
got back
fateful
up
day
to
ever
warning,
come
by
that
the
you
way.
and he are reunited once more, I would ask that you give him my best regards.
I should
Shigure
get off and go
says I
bake
would say the
cookies.
same for the wolf burglar. I wonder
Yum.
what he's...
Because I'm really craving some good chocolate chip cookies.
You should bring me some.
I could ship some to you.
I would not fault
It
him
would
if he
take
were,
forever.
though I might take issue with his methods. And should he abandon
Yeah, I don't know how I feel
and
about
become a common
passing
thief, then I will bring him to
food to the
justice.
border.
This I swear.
Yeah. Might get stopped.
Sekisei Gumi says Shigure. This is no time to dawdle. Shigure says yes. Forgive me. I must take my leave, but whenever you are passing through Kugorne, I pray you do not hesitate to call on me here at the barracks.
You have learned the emote Manderville Mambo.
I've now learned the Mandeville Mambo, as well as the Mandeville Dance. What's next? The Mandeville Tango? What?
are you doing?
I want to get up there so bad. Don't tell me I have to get up there as part of this quest. That would be... You know how ridiculous that would be? To get up to the top of the Kugani Tower? Imagine if that was part of the quest. Nobody would get that done, eh?
It may not be part of the quest, but it is a lookout.
Oh, I know it is.
Okay.
I know, because there's only two I'm missing in all of... There's only two I'm missing in Kugani. And they're both accessible from the top of the tower. Because you get one from the top of the tower, then you have to jump off about halfway up the tower. To get the other one. So where do I find the next hill request? Because there's nothing here. He's not here. Where do I, so where do I unlock the next hill request? Vazan Han. Right here at the crystal. Beautiful.
Youth says wait, I know you. We met in Kugane. You're that stone cold killer I asked to look after the love of my life. What's that look for? Surely you haven't forgotten me. You and me, we had a moment, a connection. Not like the one I've got with her, of course, but I know I left an impression. Hey, there's nothing creepy about my love. It's as pure as the pristine waters of a forest stream. Fair point about the cheese stink, though. But enough about me, this is about Miss Nashu. Ever since she got sucked into that weird portal back east, I've been scouring the world for any sign of her. I was this close to giving up, but then, I found her here in Radzatan. Normally I'd be happy to get back to playing the silent invisible guardian, but she seems pretty distressed by the plight of her inspector friend. He's here too, but laid up and showing no signs of waking anytime soon. My Nashu has been fashioning all sorts of medicines in hopes of rousing him, but to no avail. I mean, I couldn't care less if he kicked the bucket, but I hate seeing her like this. She's liable to work herself to death. So, what say you? Will you deliver my dearest Nashu from her plight? You'll find her over at the High Crucible, no doubt slaving over an alembic. And with that, I'll get back to cheering her on from the shadows. You too, I guess. Now go, quickly. Save my beloved.
Oh.
Are you gonna hop off and go make those cookies?
I don't know. I really want to.
Well, you could go put them in the oven while I go do these hill quests until we do the relics.
Hakaraka says, and that should do it. Now to take this medicine and...
Very nice.
I'm not sure. Cookie making is best at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
Haven. It feels like it's been forever. Though definitely less than a year. What brings you to Radzat? Enjoying a spot of adventuring, or Hakaraka says then you've heard. It's true. Inspector Hildebrand's gone into hibernation again, and, wait. You're giving me that look. The one that screams, what about the whole weird portal business? So, back on the Ruby Sea, remember how Greg got doused with duprism and was forced to whisk us all far away? How that strange rift then opened up, which the inspector then got sucked up into, and how I followed him in after that. Well, after that, we all ended up in this bizarre place. Couldn't tell up from down, left from right. And so we wondered, Fortunately, Greg came to his senses and explained that we were in the interspectorial rift, and then used the same trick to bring us home. Greg himself stayed behind, though. Something about a score that he had to settle. Not sure what that was about, but hey, you know. Anyway, we're back now, but the rub is that Inspector Hildebrand hasn't opened his eyes. I know he needs his beauty sleep, but it's been an awfully long time, and we've got cases to solve. I've been trying my hand at apothecary stuff, seeing if I can't make something that'll get him up and moving, but nothing seems to work. But I think we're making progress. Me and Mr. Chupacabra from the Shakshuka concern, that is. You remember Mr. Chupacabra, right? Got sucked into the rift along with us, former evil mastermind. Not so bad once you get.
Jubrika says pleased I am to meet you once more, and under less compromising circumstances. If I may correct our mutual friend, I am Jubrika. Your distrustful and somewhat bloodthirsty glare is not unwarranted, but in my defense, who among us has not contemplated enslaving the rich and powerful to bend the world to their whim? Ha ha, ha. I pray you forgive me my poor joke, and allow me to assure you that after wandering the interdimensional rift for the sisters only know how long, I am a changed man. Naturally, I understand that words alone would not suffice to absolve me of my sins. Thus, since my return, I have operated a humble apothecary that caters to the needs. Furthermore, I made arrangements for Miss Nashu's workshop. Rest assured that I will spare no effort in helping her see Inspector Hildebrand awakened and return to full health. And with that, if you would excuse me, I must see to other business.
Hakaraka says isn't he the nicest ex-villain you've ever met? But that's right, I had just finished my latest medicine. I've got high hope. By all means. The inspector is resting in a room up in Kama. Awake or asleep, I'm sure he'd enjoy your company.
The Mandervilles are a 4-step.
So what?
Isn't this room nice?
4-step
Mr.
weapon.
Chupacabra's taken care of everything,
4
even
star,
paid the
you
rent
said?
in full. But
4
I'm
steps.
distracting you.
They're 4
aren't I?
steps.
You need to
Okay.
concentrate while you examine the inspector.
Which quest
I think
do I
you
need
need
to have to, which quest is it that I need to unlock?
Oh, it's all you have to do the whole Hildebrand stuff.
So all the way to 655?
Yeah.
Study the
No,
sleeping Inspector Hildebrand.
not all the
You
way
may
to
move the camera,
655.
as well as zoom in and out.
maybe.
Target a section and examine.
I don't. I know it includes
detail.
all the Hildebrand.
Yeah. I'll just. Is it the Splendorous tools?
No, it's the Manderville weapons.
Oh, I see him.
My personal favorite is the third step. The last step is kind of...
Okay, so I need to do the Imperfect Gentleman. I think the Imperfect Gentleman, which is I think the next one I'm doing.
They cost you 1,500 tombs.
The exquisite buckles
per
of
weapon,
stylish
per
footwear are designed unique
step.
to House Manderville. These
Wow.
shoes would almost certainly fetch a small fortune
Okay,
in the
so
markets.
it's the 625 ones. So okay. It's 625, and I'm on the 615 right now.
Rippling muscles
You get the
bespeak impressive
tombstones in
strength, while
the
smooth skin suggests that only on the rarest of occasions does the man resort to violence. Troublingly, his limbs are stiff and cool to the touch, as if the blood runs cold in his veins. Rugged features belie what is, at closer glance, the sensitive mien of a cultured gentleman.
I am 3 quests away.
While he still breathes, he appears to be locked in a deep slumber. The inspector's condition is disturbingly reminiscent of the Scions who were summoned to the First for a time.
Wait, am I?
Hakaraka says, Oh. Finished. Any theories as to what's wrong with the inspector? I see. I mean, I don't, but that's what you're supposed to say at times like this, I know that much. How do we wake? Return his soul to his body? But where did it go, and what is it doing there? I see. Right. So can you go? Great. In that case, I'll leave the soul searching to you. I'm sure it goes without saying, but once you've arrived in this otherworldly world, look for a place that smells of mystery and intrigue, and chat with people there. That's standard agent of inquiry protocol. Oh, and since this is Inspector Hildebrand we're talking about, don't be surprised if you find him asleep, or having forgotten a thing or two. But not to worry. I've prepared my traditional medicine just in case. Don't hesitate to use it. And with that, do take care.
Off to the Custodian I go.
Glenard says welcome back, friend. I'd offer you a pint, but my barman's sense tells me that's not why you're here. So this friend of yours has gone missing? Sorry to hear that, but plenty of travelers pass through these parts. Could you describe the fellow? Yes, that sounds familiar. Mind you, I didn't see him myself, but I do believe one of our bounty hunters spied such a man when you were all battling that horde of spectral warriors. Giot, come here a moment. There's someone who wants to speak with. Giot says that so? Make it, dash quick. The shale ish. Wait. You're one of the Exac's friends, the warrior of darkness. Fought by your side when the glowing bastards came to ruin our day, but we showed them, ha. But enough reminiscing, what is so important that you had to interrupt my regularly scheduled drink? Now that you mention it, I did see someone like that. Back there on the battlefield, after you ran off to do more hero. At first, I thought he was going to attack me like the rest of the spirit sits. But no, he just stood there, striking a pose, trying to scare or seduce me. Still, he was glowing, and I wasn't about to take any chances, so I said, hey, piss off. Did he die, you ask? To which I say, what am I, a Eorzea? Also, I've kept my
Question mark says could it be? The warrior of dark.
Bayless says I thought that was your voice, but was convinced my ears were playing tricks on me. It's good to see. Vonard says didn't mean to eavesdrop, but we overheard you discussing the renegade Boza. We've been searching for him for Bayless says there have been sightings in Lakeland, you see. Vonard and I have been tasked with getting to the bottom. We've little in the way of useful information, though. All we know is that he appears without warning and strikes a disturbing pose. Vonard says he's not caused any harm, if you discount the shock of a strange man gesticulating in your general direction, that is. Nevertheless, we're worried his behavior might escalate. Have you been tasked with apprehending the myth? Clinard says not quite, Vonard. Haven's come back to If the man you're looking for might be one and the same, then why not work together? Between the three of you, you're bound to have better luck. Bayless says it would be an honor, and a great help. We were just about to leave to gather testimony. Vonard says come and join us in Sullen when you've finished here. We'll solve this mystery in
You have a quest, Big Yacht. What's the quest you have? Oh, it's the job quest for healer. Oh god, that would mean I would have to actually know how to heal, right?
Yep.
Well, I do know how to heal. You know why? I have a level 70 sage.
Oh my god.
What? Just
Nothing.
nothing, eh? Actually, but I do have a level 52 White Mage, a level 74 Scholar, level 41 Astro. Do I have any sightseeing here? Oh, I have 4 sightseeing logs I haven't missed on this map.
Elder says so, that fellow. I saw him the other day on the way home from Clearmelt. I'd enjoyed one too many libations after my bath, and ended up wandering off into the forest. Elder says before I knew it, the sun was dipping low, and the sky turning dark, and I was beginning to wonder if I'd ever make it home. Then I felt a gentle tug at my arm. And would you believe it? This odd-looking man led me out of the forest and set me back on the road. I thanked him profusely, but he said nothing in reply, just struck this pose and walked off. Villager says, did I see him? You bet I did. I was crossing through the forest of the Lost Shepherd, on my way to deliver fish to the Ostall Imperative. Out of nowhere, this odd man leapt in front of me. I thought he was a bandit at first, but then he abruptly turned to the side, curled his neck, and put his fist to his head as if to say, I don't know. It was baffling. I ran when I realized he wasn't going to do anything else.
Woman says, why, yes, I saw someone like that when I was out picking mushrooms in the forest. He even spoke to me. I was repulsed at first by his form, but he only wanted to warn me that fell beasts lurk in the forest, and that I should be wary. Contrary to appearances, I'd say he was actually quite gentlemanly.
Baylor says, finished questioning the locals, have you? Were you able to learn anything? Not only has the poser caused no harm, he's even helped people? Vonard says, so he's a gentleman, albeit a suspicious one. Something of a contradiction you might say, but there's no reason to doubt what we heard. Bayless says everyone seemed to encounter him in the forest of the Lost Shepherd, right? Then that's where we'll look next. Shall we? Bayless says, well, here we are. But how exactly are we supposed to begin our search? Vonard says, got a plan, do you? Far be it from me to doubt the warrior of darkness. Show us what you've got in mind, and we'll back you up to the best.
Oh my god.
Voice says hark. What familiar gentlemanly gyration.
Why does he have wings? Oh my god, why does he have clown? Oh my god, why does he have clown paint? Oh, we actually have to fight him? Or not? Or not?
Baylor says on your guard. It's a Sinit. Vonard says no, wait. That's no.
Gentleman says Hildebrand? Who is this Hildebrand of whom you speak? I am the forgiven gentleman, devourer of sins. Herwig. Inspector. Sin Eater. Inspector.
Baylor says you're acquainted with this, gentleman? Right, then. Clearly, your friend has been through a lot. But still, how did he get it in his head he's a sin? Vonard says is there no way to bring back his memory? Explosives? We're still trying to save him.
So we're literally playing volleyball with a bomb. They're actually playing volleyball with a bomb. Wait, what? Hopefully it gets rid of that damn clown paint.
Baylor says Wicked White, we've killed him. Hildebrand says I say, Haven. I had resigned myself to Nashu's ungentle methodology.
The look on both their faces. Oh my god.
But never mind that. I do not recall the world being quite so purple. Previously, I was with Nashu and Greg, wandering the bizarre, shadowy realm known as the Interspectorial. Where am I? Who am I? Giot says that sickening light. That aggressive posturing. I know what you are. You're one. What you need is a good old-fashioned dwarven decking. Piss off, go. Merchant says run for your lives. It's Hildebrand says a sin, eater. Vonard says I'll be damned. I saw a vision of the man's past. No wonder he became Baylor says I saw it too. It was, quite possibly, the most ridiculous. Hildebrand says answer me, my faithful assistant. Where are we? The first? The first what? Are you telling me we've somehow traveled to an entirely different world? Good gods. To think that I have transcended the very boundaries of time and space. But worry not, my adoring fans. Hildebrand, Agent of Inquiry, Inspector Extraordinary. While I've enjoyed what time I've spent in this far-flung first that I can remember, we should be getting back to our own world soon. Would you happen to know how we might go about doing that? Hildebrand says restore my soul, with a spirit vessel. say no more. Your cursory description was more than enough for me to grasp the concept completely. It is not unlike brewing the perfect cup of coffee. Which means our task is clear. We require the services of a skilled soul sommelier. Splendid. I see that even in this world, you rub shoulders with the cream. Let us pay the Specklug a visit. Bayless says I'm not sure what you're plotting to do with souls, but if you require Becklug's assistance, we can help. Vonard says they've aided us time and again, and I reckon they'd do the same for your friend here. Come with us to the Cabinet of Curiosity.
Up we go to the cabinet. Are you still there? You've been quiet.
Hanging out at Juliola by the crystal and building Legos.
Ah. How's the power situation?
Nothing yet, but I feel like I hear it thundering really loudly in the distance.
Yeah. What kind of quest are you? Oh, there's a blue quest right here for crafters.
Bayless says if you're ready, I'll call for Becklug. Hildebrand says the genius soul sommelier. You come highly recommended by Haven. And Morin says soul what? Puppy. I beg your pardon, but there's... Lug says puppy. Who is this imbecile? Hey, I've half a mind to make him dig a hole so I can throw him in it. But, I presume he is a friend of yours, and one in need. What? Another of your friends that needs to be sent back to the source? Have you forgotten how complex and difficult it was to do it the last time? Yet you waltz in here and ask me this favor with the air of one shopping for a new hat. His case is no different from the others, at least. He is present only in soul, as they will need another spirit vessel, of course. You don't happen to have one on you already, Lug says entrusted to you by the Crystal Exarch, you say? Hey, if only he knew. Fortunately, I have a epoxy on hand. We've been using it to treat patients at risk of transforming into eaters, but I suppose it's due for a change of... Lug says there is, however, one concern. In case I didn't make it clear before, the process can place great strain upon one's soul. If he is lacking in resilience, there is a chance his will not survive. That is very Hildebrand says haha. Haven knows me all too well. I assure you, my good sommelier who is most certainly not a dog, you needn't worry for Hildebrand. Lug says, yes. I get the distinct impression that the gods themselves could not kill him if they tried. And they have. Come along, then, Hildy. I can't be bothered to remember that name. Hildebrand says 1,000 thanks. Simply point me to the soul scythe. Lug says the rest of you can wait here. I promise I won't hurt him, no matter how much. You will be pleased to know that the process was smooth and uneventful. Honestly, I was hoping for more of a challenge. All you need to do is to take a spirit vessel back to the source and bring it in contact with his corporeal body. He should awaken immediately with his soul and memories intact. Baylor says if there's nothing else, Vonard and I should be getting back to our... Baylor says it was a pleasure, Haven, if all too brief. I won't pretend I understood even a fraction of what happened, but I'm glad. Vonard says till we meet again. Rest assured that Baylor and I will be doing our damnedest to look after the people here in your absence.
Alright, now, right at hand we go. Red alert? Oh, that was 3 minutes ago.
I'm gonna go get some ice cream.
Okay.
Hakaraka says you're back, and not a moment too soon. We have an emergency on our hands. The inspector's soul is in this, you say? That's great, but we have another problem now. The inspector's body has gone missing. We went to the markets to do some shopping, and when we came back, he was nowhere to be seen.
Parega says I double-checked that every door was locked before we left, but there's nothing to suggest someone forced their way in.
Hakaraka says we've got a case on our hands, the case of the evaporating inspector. We must begin our investigation at once. Come on, let's start looking for witnesses.
Devaz says did I see anyone get carried out of that house, you ask? I was too distracted with stock taking to make note of any comings or goings. Sorry I couldn't be of more help.
Maybot says I didn't see anyone carry a person out of that house, no. But I did see a man carrying a particularly large sack, so heavy he strained to lift it. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now that you mention it, it was a bit suspicious.
Touch Nashu.
Hakaraka says there you are. This man says he has vital information that will help us in our...
Delian says a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Delian, Editor-in-Chief of the Thavnairian Truth, a monthly publication devoted to exploring unexplained and otherworldly phenomena. Your companion shared with me the news of your friend's disappearance, and I happen to know precisely who was behind the incident. But I fear you may not like the answer, for the kidnapper is not of this star. They come from the heavens, from beyond the great expanse. They descend in curious, saucer-shaped airships to study our world, our society, our buildings. You shudder, no doubt, as you realize of whom I speak. It couldn't be, you protest. Oh, but it could, and it is. Your dear friend the inspector is... Oh, but he'll be fine, you assure yourself. After all, they just want to understand us better. You poor, deluded child. That they do, but to what end? Why else? What is worse, they plot to do so with the aid of collaborators. For the Sharlians are in league with our would-be overlords, providing the aliens with vital information on our vulnerabilities in exchange for a position of power within their regime. The final days was also the work of these alien invaders, an attempt to sow chaos, that our world would be easier to conquer. Blessedly, it was thwarted, if only by dumb luck, as those that did the thwarting were blissfully unaware of the true nature of the threat. I had hoped the setback would discourage the aliens from coming back, if not move them to abandon their ambitions. But it would seem events have only emboldened them, if they are indeed carrying out abductions here in Radzatan. Even as we speak, your friend lays prone on a sterile bed in their base on the surface of the moon, where they poke and probe him with inscrutable instruments as their floppy ears wiggle with fiendish delight. Ah, but I have said too much. I must continue my investigation in secret. The fate of Delian says world is at stake.
Hakaraka says oh no. That sounded awful. We have to go to the moon and save... So you don't think the inspector is somewhere getting probed by aliens? But if not them, then who's probing him? A man carrying a suspiciously large sack? That sounds promising. Maybe someone else can Someone up ahead may have seen something. Let's ask around.
Nashu is now you can, if you...
This way.
Doritri says the man with the sack. Indeed, I couldn't help but take note of him as he passed, trying so very hard to be inconspicuous as he was. He descended to Alzardal's path, then went over to the fountain, where he met with the merchant I believe. Such a hefty sack it was, my mind was racing with the possibilities of what it might contain.
Hakaraka says that had to be our man, right? We need to hunt down that merchant.
Merchant says a man with a large sack. Ha! You bet I saw him. At first, I told him to get lost. That bird and I go way back, and so forth. But he was in a hurry, and his offer, when you're in my line of work, you can't afford to get too sentimental. And now I can buy a whole stable's worth of chocobo.
Hakaraka says did he say where he was planning to go next?
Merchant says he was muttering something about having to get to Saltwind's welcome in a hurry. Probably why he was desperate for a chocobo. It's a long way to go on foot.
Hakaraka says, did you
No,
hear
I was
that,
somewhere. It's pretty
Haven?
quiet.
We need to head to Salt Winds.
Well, you are so quiet.
I haven't moved at all.
Oh, there we go.
That's weird. Yeah, I don't think I've seen the novice that would say anything really since the S rank.
Hakaraka says, here we are. Which means the mysterious man with the mysterious sack must be near. Keep your eyes peeled.
Oh, tank stance.
Hakaraka says, over there. That man is definitely. Maybe he's waiting for a conspirator? We should stay out of sight and watch what happens. Ah. Mr. Chupacabra? But he expressly told us he had put the evil schemes behind him. He wouldn't lie.
Jubrika says the goods appear to be none the worse for wear. Very well. Your pay. Jubrika says my client will be most pleased.
What is that?
Hakaraka says, oh no. Is he going to feed the inspector to that giant?
Jubrika says it is an honor and a pleasure as always, Dr. Lugi. I have faith this specimen will meet with your... Lugi says, so this is the one said to be the strongest, most resilient in all the world? Jubrika says none other. He has weathered countless explosions and a multitude of martial abuses, including a devastating suplex I myself did witness. It is even said he survived a journey to Dalamud itself, and survived the lesser. Most fortunately for us, he has fallen into a coma from which I am assured he will never awake. You are free to do with his body as you please. Lugi says he. Even the mightiest of warriors can't. Those meddlers may have gotten the better of me and my beautiful boy in the Tower of Babel, but my next child will be all but invincible. With this body mine to command, I will exact a bloody, glorious... Jubrika says, ahem. Forgive me my boldness, Dr. Lugi, but when might I expect the rest of my payment? Lugi says, worry not. With the Telopheroi gone for good, the vast fortune of House Brutus is entirely at my disposal. I shall shower you with wealth. Jubrika says, and gladly shall I accept the spoils, Doctor, and resolve never to renounce my wicked ways, for surely this time I will... Lukey says no, not you. Not now. Jubrika says wait. Dr. Lukey.
Mhakaraka says wake up, Inspector.
Okay, I want to know how she was able to throw that like that.
Hildebrand says could it be? The world. Lukey says stop moving, damn you. You're supposed to be the comatose centerpiece. Hildebrand says mummy. Not a aim.
Wait 10 minutes outside of a dungeon. Just to wait. In front of the first boss.
Why did somebody drop out?
While we waiting for a tank to come back.
Oh. Are you still doing that same dungeon with that guy?
No.
Oh, okay.
Lukey says no.
Oh. Fucked up.
Oh no.
Okay. I'm definitely dead.
Hildebrand says I say, that was a rather dramatic series of events to awaken to, but more importantly, after a brief detour, Hildebrand says my most sincere apologies for causing you such trouble, my loyal assistants. But rejoice, for Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspectorate.
It's a UFO.
Get him out.
Do you have the UFO mount?
Hakaraka says wait. Inspector.
I never see it come up on your roulette.
Delian says I knew it. An alien abduction. And
I
to
never
think
have
I would
it.
have the chance to witness one. This month's issue of the Thavnairian Truth shall be the best one yet.
Hakaraka says, and just when I thought we finally had the inspector back, off he went, and then came back, and then floated off again.
Better go check to make sure that they didn't kill that A rank. I don't have to, but your warning just got upgraded to a severe warning, by the way.
Yay!
The severe warning is to last till 4 o'clock. It was only a warning, now it's a severe warning. Oh, good. They didn't actually kill it, I don't think. Where is it?
They're gonna kill an A rank?
Did I go right by? Oh yeah, it was an Endwalker A rank. They didn't kill it. See, I was being a good mentor, unlike some that we know. Right? So it's 1,500 tombs just for one weapon?
Yeah.
That's insanity.
Hakaraka says I know it's not the first time that he's taken to the skies without warning, but still, it's always a little disappointing. Still, there's no use crying over flying inspectors. Let's return to Radzadhan. Oh, Inspector. Why have you left me again, and where have you gone? No, this won't do. Get it together, Nashu, there's a case to be solved. Just you wait, Inspector. Your loyal assistant Nashu will solve the mystery of your disappearance. And don't you worry, Haven. As soon as I have a new lead, you'll be the first to know. Till next time.
Oh my god, it's Poo Poo! That makes sense, it is his UFO. Yeah, he didn't change much from, he didn't change much all the way from Final Fantasy VIII at all. Copy image.
Hakaraka says, Haven, I have a new lead. And, just as I promised, you're the first to know. Before we get into the details, though, I should give you back your soul container. I gave it a good scrub first, of course. Being the gentleman that he is, I'm sure the inspector wouldn't want to leave any lingering spiritual odors. There. Now you can listen to my findings without having distracting thoughts like, when is Nashi going to give me back my soul container? Now, as for the lead I mentioned, I was thumbing through a periodical and found an article on alien abduction. The way it was described was almost exactly what happened to the inspector. It even had a little diagram of a man swimming in midair. Anyway, the author seemed convinced that the victim had been taken to the moon. Hakaraka says that's because it is. You remember Dorian, the editor in briefs? He was the one who wrote it. And he plans on doing research for the next edition on the moon itself. Apparently there's a portal or something in Garlemald that will take you straight there? Oh, but a world-hopping adventurer like you must have been to the moon already. Know it like the back of your hand, I bet? I thought so. It'll be nice to have an expert guide up there to help me search for clues. What say you? Hakaraka says right. I'll start packing my bags. I don't know what the weather is like on the moon, but I remember Garlemald being a bit chilly the last time I was there.
Have broken glass we go. Where is she? There she is.
Oh, it's much, much colder than I remembered. I sure hope this lunar gate is close.
It's as close as it would let us be.
The Tower of Babel? You mean that big, spiky spire? Well, we definitely shouldn't get lost on the way there. Let's get moving.
I just had really bad pain right where, like, in my ankle that broke a couple years ago.
Some pain. I don't know.
What?
Baby dinosaur.
Yeah, the dinosaur stepped on my foot. That's exactly what it was.
LV?
Yes.
You did.
Hakaraka says so. This thing'll send us up to the moon.
GG.
Just like that? Courage, Nashu.
GG.
Question mark says the world is in grave danger and the
I'm gonna
people
run to the
deserve to
bathroom.
know.
Okay.
I have
Oh,
to
you got
reach
the
moon so I
minion!
can expose the
Arrow says, as I have
I know,
explained to
I
you
haven't got
twice
the minion
already,
yet,
I can
but that
only
picture
allow
I sent you in
passage to
Discord is
authorized
from Final Fantasy
travelers.
8.
Delian
Oh.
says, you're
Yeah.
with them, aren't you? The aliens have infiltrated every...
Arrow says, what in blazes are you talking about? I'm Dalmascan. Hakaraka says, oh, look. It's Dorian.
Delian says it's Delian, Editor-in-Chief, thank you very much. And you were friends of the abducted?
Arrow says, Haven, greetings. Are you acquainted with this man? And that was enough, I'd wager. He has trouble written all over him.
Delian says Haven, as in Haven Tyr, Slayer of Gods, Savior of Ishgard, Liberator of the Provinces, Stealer of Pants. How did I fail? As a champion of the people, you have a duty to lead us through this fact-strangling checkpoint. We cannot let your comrade's abduction go unsolved. He needs you. And the world needs my next.
Arrow says, and you believe he was taken to the moon? Well, that certainly sounds like an emergency to me. Your acquaintance here seems sincere in his desire to help, so I will grant him special dispensation to accompany you just this once. You may proceed to the Nethergate.
Delian says mysterious forces have thrust us together, and though I trust the fates about as much as I trust that obviously compromised gate guard, I will leave no moonstone unturned.
Hakaraka says, ooh, the moon is just as white and shiny up close. But not made of cheese. And no sign of Inspector Hildebrand either.
Delian says so, we've already arrived? The Empire's technology is more advanced than I feared. Over there, the aliens have built some kind of forward base on the lunar surface. We must sneak in and blow the lid on their invasion plans.
Hakaraka says, looks like Dorian has a lead. Come on, we should follow him.
Delian says aliens. Honest to God's aliens. I never expected them to be so tall. Watcher says welcome. If I had known I was receiving so many visitors, I would have said. Delian says that voice, speaking inside my head. I don't know the words, but their meaning is clear. Are they wielding psychic power? Laporte says you all right there, friend? Need help with anything? Delian says and this one speaks our tongue fluently. Learned it from your Charlian collaborators, I'll wager. Don't think you'll fool me, what with your adorable bunny nose and silken ears. I'll print the truth before you arrive to beguile my fellow men. Leporit says you're one of Eorzea's friends, aren't you? I'm not sure who or what put such odd ideas into your companion's head, but would you mind setting him straight?
Okay. It's under his back.
Delian says they got to you, didn't they? I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. I've heard the rumors about the disbanded Scions of the Seventh Dawn. The formerly secret society has in truth become all the more secret, that it may pull our leader's strings from the shadows.
Hakaraka says hold it right there, mister. I won't stand here and listen to you slander Haven or this lovely bunny any longer. You better not. We actually came in search of Inspector Hildebrand, a dashing gentleman who we think was brought here by a shiny flying saucer. You wouldn't happen to have seen either of them around here, would you?
Watcher says I am afraid I have seen neither. Long was it my duty to keep watch, but as the need for constant vigilance has since ended, I have grown accustomed to idleness. It's rather refreshing, really. Anyway, perhaps the Leporits may have observed. Leporit says, I feel I would have remembered if I had. The others might have seen some. Why don't I take you over to Bestwiz Burrow, and you can ask them about it yourself?
Hakaraka says that sounds like a wonderful idea.
Leporit says if nothing else, getting an eyeful of the facilities we built for the benefit of mankind should help reassure your suspicious friend.
Hakaraka says so. Many bunnies.
Delian says if they can build a forward base on this scale, then what hope does mankind have against them? Leporit says oh, for the love of carrots, this is not a military operation. Do you see any cannons or assault craft? We haven't any weaponry at all. Take your time, and chat with whomever you like. As for me, I've got perfectly innocuous and not at all nefarious things to do. Bye now.
Hakaraka says right, then. Let's get on with the investigation.
Nashu and Delian are now accompanying you. Keep them at your side in order to proceed with quest objectives. You can...
Leporit says oh, I often stretch my legs out there under the stars, but can't say I've noticed anything out of the ordinary. Sorry.
Hakaraka says not to worry, we'll try our luck elsewhere. Thank you.
Delian says furry-faced liars, the lot of them. They're probably
Red Mage
hiding
just
an
came
entire
over and
fleet of alien
casted
attack craft.
Virkir on me, dressed as a clown, and ran away
Oh my god.
with a mentor.
See, this is why you shouldn't trust clowns.
I feel like I should post the Novice Network, Mr.
Prometheus says, ever
Clown.
since we built the Excitatron 6000,
Yeah, go
we
ahead,
get
because
all
I have
kinds
something
of
I will
people
comment.
around here. Could you describe your missing friend in a bit more detail?
Hakaraka says well, he's very gentlemanly and dapper, if you look past the almost certainly
But we
tattered
don't
state
know
of his
if
clothing.
we don't know if that is actually if he's in the Novice Network or not.
Promoter
Unless you
says,
know his
though
name.
their fashion sense can be a bit eclectic, our visiting adventurers are always dressed impeccably. Not to be rude, but I have a feeling your
Actually,
friend
being
would
in
have stood
Battle
out
Tab.
in that crowd. Delian says he's probably strapped to a table somewhere, even as we speak. in
Where's my
doing
battle tab?
unspeakable experiments.
The battle tab in the bottom right corner, underneath the text box.
From what I've pieced together so far, the giant alien is the master. And all these
Doesn't
small
tell
Jenna
me.
bunnies are artificial life forms, created to
I would
serve as
recognize
minions
his
in his
name though if he
armies.
was in Novice Network.
Oh, were you? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Their harmless appearance is part of the strategy. As soon as you
No.
let your guard down, snap. They take you down like
So
He's
you wouldn't
not.
see
tiny
it. You would not
herbivorous
see it unless
wolves.
you did a shout.
Right. And he's already gone.
Hakaraka says Dorian has some
Oh, was it
interesting
in the dungeon?
theories, doesn't he? Being nibbled to
No,
death
it
by
was
a
at the
mob of
Crystal and
cuddly bunnies
Tulliola.
doesn't sound like a bad way to go.
Weaving Way says, no
You know what I
gentleman
have
in
not
ragged clothes,
seen?
I'm afraid, but I did spot an object in
An
flight that I
S-rank
couldn't
on the
immediately.
moon.
It was
I
while
don't
I was
think
out
ever.
gathering materials in the south of Mere
I
Lamentor.
feel like I did one
I
last
presumed it was
weekend.
just some Allegan relic or new species of floating jellyfish, and didn't think too much of it.
Or I feel like I've done one on the moon before.
Hakaraka says core. Now that sounds promising.
Delian says, what's this, then? A pod for growing new Xeno bunnies? They must plan to
There-
produce
oh,
them
there
in the
is
millions, and overwhelm us. Ah. How could I have been so blind? Those aren't ears, they're psychic wave
There is only
generators.
one, and
They
you
lure
have to
people
kill
close with their precious
300
little faces, and then
creatures
bam.
in order for it to spawn.
I figured it all out,
And
alien
it has
scum.
an 80
And
hour
once the
cooldown.
world reads my special edition,
Sorry,
your
it
dreams
has
of domination will
132
be
hour
done.
cooldown.
Weaving Way says, what a strange and
Jesus.
oddly aggravating man. Is he a
Hakaraka says he thinks he's a friend to the people, but I don't think any people are his friend. Right. Let's get out there and find that flying object. Do you know which direction is south?
It's a giant bug called Ruminator.
Delian says, wait, I'm coming with you.
Hmm.
Don't leave me alone with the brainwash.
S-ranks? He's next available no earlier than 35 hours from now. In fact, the very next one that's available is Mordania.
Hmm.
Building Way says, you're back. What happened to... It's gone? I suppose that's a mite better than the alternative. And you say the survey team is safe? Oh. Smarlton was meant to be a paradise, and the big cheese its architect. It was designed to learn what it is that makes people happy, and make manifest whatever we could dream up, no matter how seemingly impossible. Building Way says, but I've been unduly fickle, every new plan contradicting the last. I fear my indecisiveness overloaded the big cheese, and it lost sight of what true happiness is. All I wanted was to make the people of Eorzea happy, and look upon the Now there's an idea. I mean, sure, Eorzea has been incredibly helpful with his advice, but actually seeing how people live would surely be more informative than simply hearing it. And now that the final days have been averted, there's no longer a need to rush. I'll be sure to bear that in mind so nothing like this happens again. Perhaps I'll start with something simple like furniture. Oh, and I can design a new automated system to build them. I'll call it the
The shoe is right here. So...
Search for the flying object.
Where would it be? Oh, wait.
Deline is searching high and low for any sign of alien vessels. Like a true professional. Nashu is romping around with Argos, already forgetting why she was out here.
That's typical. Found the alien.
Hakaraka says, there it is. And there it goes. Come on, we can't let it get away. We did it, Haven, we found the inspector.
Delian says horrendous. Only aliens could subject a man to such a callous and
Hakaraka says, are my eyes playing tricks on me, or do you see a whole field of plants?
Oh, that piece of thunder destroyed the entire house.
Wow.
I'm gonna get off for a little while so I don't accidentally do something to my computer.
Okay.
Hildebrand says, well, what a delightful
Hopefully,
surprise to see
I'll be
you.
back
Mike
by
and
the time it
Redknaw
hits
has logged out.
4:30.
Okay. And then we can do
Alright.
Hildebrand
a relax
says,
and everything.
what an impressive specimen.
Okay. Yeah, I will talk to you soon.
Okay, are you gonna keep watching on the iPad? Or are you gonna watch?
Yeah, I'll put it on my iPad.
Says the same could be said of you.
I'll put it on my iPad.
Okay.
Alright, bye.
Bye. Let me know if it does go out or not.
I will.
Hildebrand says, is this an
Stay
extemporaneous gentleman's club?
I'll try.
You should try.
Delian says, what in the name of the occult is happening here? Where did they all come?
Johnny Depp owned it? Huh. I did not know that.
Hakaraka says imposters, you mean? Don't worry, I know just.
Hildebrand says cease and desist, Nashu. Use your...
Hakaraka says, they're also authentic and synchronized.
Hildebrand says, well, look no further. For I am the one and only Hildebrand, agent. Hildebrand says, the one and only, I believe. Hildebrand says, how odd. I think you will find that Hildebrand says, oh, I am more than certain. Hildebrand says, as am I. Hildebrand says, could it be that we are all How positively marvelous. I propose we celebrate this auspicious moment as only a mob of Mandeville. Delian says, what manner of waking nightmare is this?
Oh my god.
Hildebrand says, apologies for the confusion, my friends. I assure you that this time you stand in the presence of the inimitable Hildebrand Helidor. And this diminutive blue chap here is my new associate, Master. Delian says, another alien species. Of course. You're building a clone army to invade our star, and what we stumbled upon was a field test. Hildebrand says, I do not believe we've had the pleasure, my excitable fellow, but I promise you that the amicable Master Poo Poo has no desire. Delian says, then, what's this all about? Are you telling me you would? Hildebrand says, a simple misunderstanding. Oh ho ho ho, what a charming little rascal you are. An offshoot of the Mandragora.
Man says poo poo. Poo 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 poo.
Hildebrand says poo poo? Ah, I see. Ahem, might I inquire as to our current whereabouts? I had but recently reunited with Nashu and Haven, and would greatly appreciate it if you could convey me back to my prior location. Splendid. Full speed ahead, my dear. Steady on, now. This is not... My word. You've generated a veritable battalion of ident... Surely the world could never safely contain so much pure Mandevilian magnificence. Could you perchance reverse the process?
Creepy.
Hildebrand says, oh gods, no, not. Mummy. Thus, I have concluded that Master Poo Poo has no grasp of the common tongue, and his true intentions, while surely peaceable, remain woeful. It was only through frenzied gestures that I managed to direct him back here and have him clean up our Mandeville multiplicity incident. Poo Poo says Poo Poo. I hail, Poo 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 Poo. Poo Poo, I came in search of a friend, whose communications halted mid-air. Hildebrand says all this way to aid a comrade in the devotion, the determination. Your touching story has sunk its hooks. Fear not, my blue-hued friend. For I, Hildebrand, agent of inquiry, inspector extraordinaire, have attached myself to this case like a stub. I swear to you, here and now, I shall scour all of creation, from the deepest bit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, for the missing comrade that you so desperately seek. Tell me, Haven, how is it that you're able to understand Master Poo Poo's language? The power of echoes? Ah, you mean persistent repetition? It sounds similar to the Mandeville art of Pali. Delian says you're saying you have an extrasensory ability that allows communication with aliens? How fascinating. Yes, most fascinating indeed. Hildebrand says pending mysteries aside, I am glad indeed to once more be in the company of my faithful assistant and stalwart contemporary both.
This is complete.
So begins the case of the silent correspondent. Delian says, not to rain on your parade, but my friend who was somewhere on your star stopped sending me messages is not a lot to go. I've spent years investigating the existence of aliens, and recent experiences notwithstanding, they are not that easy to find.
Hakaraka says then you don't know Inspector Hildebrand. He'll solve this case as he solved countless others, with unerring perception and
Hildebrand says ha ha, well said, Nashu. I need but relinquish conscious thought to investigative instinct.
Hakaraka says lose yourself in the deductive current.
Delian says you're channeling, aren't you? Contacting a higher power to breach the veil of mystery? Another fascinating Leporit says there you are. I've been looking. Thought you'd like to know that I spotted the chap you were asking about, you know, the well-muscled gentleman with tattered clothing and dazzling teeth?
Hakaraka says you mean this gentleman? We found him.
Leporit says well, that can't be right. I just saw him in the north of Mir Lamentorum, and he ran the other way when I called out. I don't understand how he could have arrived before me.
Hakaraka says I have a feeling, Mr. Bunny, sir, that what you... Haven, would you mind asking Mr. Poo Poo if he was growing any more inspectors on the moon?
Poo Poo says Poo Poo. I only created a single batch, but one did manage. That individual's behavior was unpredictable. A flaw in the cloning process. Hildebrand says well, this won't do at all. We cannot have a flawed inspector running around besmirched. Master Poo Poo, I must ask that we hunt down and liquidate my other self as soon as possible. Might we delay the search for your comrade until the deed is done? Poo Poo says Poo Poo. The imperfect clone was of my making. It is only right. Hildebrand says so begins the case of the impostor. Leporit says ooh, that does sound exciting. If you don't mind me coming along, I can show you the place where I saw the impostor. Hildebrand says I spy with my little eye, no dashingly defective gentleman. Leporit says he can't have made it that far on foot. Why don't we try searching the immediate area? Scan the horizon, that kind of thing? Hildebrand says then I suggest we split up so we can cover more ground. Nashu, Haven, and I will investigate to the west. Leporit says right. I'll take these other two and head east. Delian says splitting the party again? And you're leaving me with the aliens? Leporit says oh, relax, bright eyes. We'll have a nice chat, and I can disabuse you of all those strange conspiratorial notions. Oh, and we can get to know our new friend here. Hildebrand says let us be on our way as well. With Haven in the van, if you please.
Hildebrand, you can leave your... if you... A goldsmithing hammer is lodged in the Thinker's carcass. It appears to have been dealt a single, swift killing blow.
Hakaraka says core, the bugs grow big up here, don't they?
Hildebrand says this hammer. Surely it cannot be, nay, it does not bear thinking about. Come along. Nothing to see here.
Another goldsmithing hammer, another killing blow that bespeaks unparalleled strength.
Hakaraka says it looks like he's yawning. The hammer stuck in his head spoils the effect, though.
Hildebrand says he cannot be here. Why would he be here?
Hakaraka says that's a goldsmithing tool, isn't it? It does look awfully familiar.
Hildebrand says and yet completely unrelated to our case. Moving on, people, moving on.
A set of gentlemanly tracks leads to the northwest.
Hildebrand says aha. In the sand, in the snow, or in a half film of moon dust, I'd recognize those fancy footprints anywhere. They're a perfect copy of mine. Our fugitive imposter must be just up ahead. Hildebrand says I sense a gentlemanly presence. Delian says no clones in the northeastern quadrant.
Hakaraka says that's clever. Mr. Poo-Poo can...
Hildebrand says aha. I found...
Hilda Clone says why? Why did I flee?
Hakaraka says he seems sad. Downcast.
Hildebrand says a flawed creation, to be sure. Such negative emotions would never mar the... Godbert says praise Thor for his patience. It would seem my beloved Hildy has been awoken from his knit.
Hildeclone says abandoning my gentleman comrades to save myself. My pride in worse adders than my maltreated.
Godbert says my fatherly love, denied? Unthinkable.
I need to go open my window. It's getting really hot in here.
Hildeclone says another of me survived? I'll not turn tail and run this time, no sir. Hildebrand to the rest.
Godbert says round and round, as fast as I can ! I can't slow down.
All right. Please for us having my window open now. Oh my god. Bunnies. Why do there have to be bunnies? The hell was that for?
Delian says now I know I'm dreaming. That can't. The poet says that was a little something we were preparing to welcome the people of Everis. I almost forgot it was still.
Oh no, the UFO. It's gonna crash.
Laporte says the barrage appears to have stopped, but just look at all. Please be sure to pick up your litter before you leave. The moon belongs to everyone, you know. God but says oh ho. God but says Hildebrand Halidor Maximilian Mandeville, how glad I am to see you up and about. Your mother will be beside. Hildebrand says I only stand before you now thanks to Nashu, who stood ever vigilant at my bedside, and to Haven, who ferried my soul. God but says my son is indeed blessed with comrades of quality. You have my heart. God but says to you, Master Poo Poo, I extend my apologies. In my excitement, I fear I have broken your starship. If there is aught I can do to help if... Poo Poo says Poo Poo. My vessel experienced a temporary malfunction, but there was no... God but says it brings me relief and joy to hear it. God but says ahem. Might I have a word, Haven? I had actually come to the moon in search of a certain rare ore, and by Thor's good graces. The ore, however, is but the first step of a longer saga. Meet me back in Radzatan, and I will explain the role I will. Hildebrand says yes, I think it best we make the journey starwards. We'll not find Master Poo Poo's friend from up here unless someone packed an extremely efficacious spyglass.
Oh, I'm not gonna write that.
Delian says for years, I've chased after the supernatural and the inexplicable, but to encounter so much of it in such a short span of time. My mind still reels. Yet I must keep my gaze focused beyond the veil. A chance like this comes only once in a life.
Was it the first one or the second one, I wonder? That was the...
Hildebrand
last one,
says
actually.
how lovely to be back on the star of my birth. Father did not tarry to chat, but said something about returning here with a trusted employee. Well, we've no time for further familial pleasantries. Nashu and I must devote all our mental energies to the case of the silent correspondent.
And we're finally unlocked Mandeville quest.
Hildebrand says my keen inspector sense impels me to begin our search in that direction. Make haste, my companions, for justice waits for no man.
Hakaraka says Inspector, wait. Can't just...
Delian says his channeling appears to be remarkably effective. Fascinating. Yeah. Haven, forgive me, I seem to have been laboring under a misconception. Delian says after spending some time with the Xenobunnies, it has become clear to me that they have not the slightest intention of invading our star. They are no threat to us. Delian says, but he is. You know of whom I speak. The devious Master Poo-Poo and his diabolical devices Delian says I shall have to investigate him further to learn the intricacies of his plans, but I may require your aid, not to mention I'll even pay you a retainer fee. So please, when the time comes, join me on my quest for... Godbert says Haven, my apologies for the wait. Godbert says the task at hand concerns nothing less than Godbert says the recreation of the historically significant and astronomically magnificent Mandeville. They were the designs of a distant ancestor, you see. While the originals have long since vanished, the manual containing the secrets of their construction survived, a precious heirloom passed down through generations of Mandevilles. Tis true that, as a goldsmith, I've had little occasion for crafting implements of war. Why this project, and why now? You may very well ask. Then I shall. The tale begins not so long ago. I was here, in Radzatan, to discuss a deal with an urban. The matter in question was an acquisition proposal. Alas, the talk soured, so I made preparations to depart. It was then that, Godbert says you know all too well what horrors followed. I did my best to defend the citizenry from the beasts which spawned, yet I could not save them all. Godbert says the memory of it haunted me, day and night, and I found myself unable to work. But then I heard the news of how you and your companions had ventured forth to banish this evil. You forged on in the face of deepest despair, and it gave me the courage to do the same. I took a good, hard look in the looking glass and asked, what can Godbert Mandeville do to safeguard the people of this star? Thus did I realize that I had both the knowledge and the skill to forge the greatest of weapons, that I might empower others to protect themselves and their fellow man. So I began going down the list, acquiring the necessary materials with single-minded purpose. One of these was a goodly chunk of purest mandrium ore, a metal found exclusively in meteorites. I searched high and low, scouring impact sites and consorting with kobolds, all to no avail. Then, when none was to be found on Hydaelyn, I set my sights on the moon, where I at last Now I say, at last, but the list of materials goes on. If I'm to collect the rest in a timely fashion, I must employ the help of a comrade. When you can spare a moment from adventuring, or aiding my dear son in his inspecting, pray drop a word in the ear of my manservant here. I shall clear my schedule of trivial interruptions, and we can proceed with the recreation of a Mandeville weapon forthwith.
Yay. Wow, they're fast.
Sentry says sound the alarm. A prison.
It feels almost like an anime. With how that is.
Please note that upon completing the quest Make It a Manderville, you will receive a Manderville weapon for a warrior. Please ensure you have changed to your desired job before speaking with the House Manderville manservant.
Manservant says, Mistress Tia, how wonderful to finally speak with you. Your cooperation in Lord Manderville's weaponsmithing endeavor is highly appreciated. Manservant says, regarding said endeavor, we've borrowed a corner of the high crucible in which to base our crafting station. If you would be so kind as to follow me. Manservant says, our humble base of operations. You will no doubt be coming back and forth many times in the days ahead, so I strongly suggest that you attune to the city Ethernet, if you've not done so already. Otherwise, I trust you are all set to proceed. One moment whilst I inform Lord Manderville of your arrival. Godbert says, oh ho. Welcome, Haven, welcome. With your stalwart assistance added into the mix, I have every confidence that this adventure... And so, let us begin, with a detailed exposition on the history of Manderville weapon. First of all, when I say Manderville weaponry, what I refer to is the series of masterpieces crafted by the legendary artisan, Godbrand Manderville, the first Lord of House. Made with mystical mandrium, these purportedly peerless armaments are perhaps our most prized treasures, or at least they were, until someone misplaced them. Terrible housekeeping, that. Fortunately, the time-worn manual in which Godbrand penned his secrets is both intact, our possession. Thus, with that precious family heirloom in hand, and a ready supply of purest ore, I intend to recreate the work. However, cannot proceed without a few more key ingredients. I should like to call upon you to procure said materials, as well as provide a seasoned adventurer's perspective on the fruits of our labor. Godbert says, excellent. I knew I could count on you. As a goldsmith, crafting weaponry is akin to venturing into unknown territory, and I would place my trust only. Speaking of which, may I introduce one of the very best in the business? Come on over, my... Gerald says, bloody hells, I had a feeling you were the adventurer his lordship mentioned was helping out. Like a fly on shite when you catch a whiff of shiny new weapons, eh? Oh, I, like a barrel full of plague-ridden pacers. Look at this skill-addled dandy I'm forced to hammer for. I'd rather drag me stones cross hot coals than forge yet another old bastard. God but says is that the way of it, then? I contacted Rowena hoping to employ the talents of it, but as you clearly have no interest in providing me with your services, I shall hire another artisan. We can put this talk of stones and coals behind us. Gerald says wait, you've got me all wrong, your lordship. That was just a bit of smitty humour to lighten the mood. I would be honoured to work on... So here's the thing. I already spent the coin this job will bring me on some right fancy bottles of Thavnairian liquor. I can't afford not to do... God but says so that means we're back in business, yeah? Gerald says it's bloody splendid, it is. Your crew is all present and accounted. God but says there is naught I'd like to do more. Presently, however, there are 3 conundrums which stand between us and making any Mandeville armament. The first of these is the devising of a method for working the Mandrium. From what I've been able to decipher from the manual, the process is quite demanding. Gerald says you leave that to old Gerald. I've yet to meet a metal I can't... God but says oh ho. Then I shall see that to your art. The second is the crafting of ornamentation which will amplify the weapon's etheric intensity. Gerald says if it's a sturdy blade ye need, then I'm your man. But fiddly bits of decoration are not in... God but says then 'tis fortunate that fiddling with bits is most assuredly in mine. Though it shall no doubt be a challenge, creating suitably exquisite adornments is a task well suited to me and my goldsmith. As for the third and final problem wanting for resolution, we require a vial of Exalamanderville. If one has access to an industrial-size alchemical furnace, it should be possible to extract this superlative mineral oil from Mandrium-rich. Gerald says assuming I've understood what I heard of the process, this Exalamandra Whatsit oil is key to maximizing ether. God but says and thanks to the good graces of the High Crucible, we have the extraction apparatus we require right here. All that remains is to collect 3 or so goodly chunks of Mandrium meteorite. That will be... Right, then I will see about preparing materials for my share of the workload. Gerald says and I'll start stoking the flames. Sounds like we'll...
That's cool.
Oh, Rowena asked me to tell ye summat. Seems like one of her lackeys has so bloody conveniently set up shop over by the etherite, and she might have the meteorite lass by the name of Jubrunner, I think it was. Could save ye some searching, but she sure as shite ain't given out sky.
Yeah, the Mandeville weapons are now available.
Jubrunna says you must be the famous Haven. Mistress Rowena said to expect you, and to assist with any procure. Mandrium meteorite? Why, yes, we happen to have cornered the market on that particular. Only so many of them fall from the sky, you see, and collectors offer top gill for such rarities. In your case, however, I've been instructed to request payment in an alternative currency.
My God.
Say Elegant Tome Stones. Jubrunna says the going rate is 500 elegant tomestones of poetics for one chunk of Mandrium meteorite. I'll be here whenever you're ready to make the trade.
Gerald says, well, don't you stand there with your thumb up yours. Let's see the goods. Gerald says, these are proper sky rocks, and no mistake. Godbud's not back yet, but I reckon we can get a head start on extracting that special oil of his. Gerald says, bugger. This might as well be cooking grease for the conduct. I must have botched one of the steps. But which one? Pretty sure I followed them instructions to the damn Godbud says there was no fault in your process. Gerald says, oh? Then how do ye explain this bottle of weak piss? Godbud says it is yet to undergo the final treatment, an advanced oil pressing technique passed down through generations of Mandeville lubricant in. Gerald says if it'll take more than some enthusiastic oil pressing to bring this liquid. Godbud says, oh, ye of little faith. Observe. Gerald says, egads, man, what in the hells are ye stripping down to your small clothes for? I should have known you as you. Godbud says, patience, Master Gerald. Behold the mighty squats of a Mandeville man.
The look on both of our faces.
That should be enough to get the juices flowing. Now, to demonstrate the aforementioned trick. A single drop of potently empowered Mandeville perspiration. Gerald says, ye gods, it's full of stars. But that don't change anything. You're still you an eccentric old bugger prancing about and sweating on things. God but says maybe so, but look closer, Master Geralt. Thus Geralt says, what do you mean, ready? All ye did bug me.
Wow.
It ain't possible. Don't suppose you're gonna explain this? God but says one does not simply reveal the tricks of one's trade, especially long-guarded family traditions. As a fellow professional, Geralt says well, makes no difference to me. Wouldn't be caught dead. God but says, bracing banter aside, I do believe this puts us in possession of all the necessary components. 'Tis your time. Geralt says, oh, I'll shine, alright. You're cut above the average craftsman, I'll grant you that. Best shield years, ladies and gents, 'cause my work is positively God but says success. Just as I predict. Gerald says that right there is a collaborative master. The Mandeville axe. God but says that I would live to see my ancestors' wondrous forged work recreated. You've made me a happy Mandeville man. Gerald says let's not break out the bubbly booze yet, your lordship. We've got a ways to go before we can call. God but says Master Geralt is quite right. I've neglected to properly explain that this is but the first stage of a much grander creation, the bare bones of the Geralt says now begins the endless chore of refinement. Which means I'll be stuck here. God but says I am loath to monopolize your time, my good blacksmith, but the manual is written in a most confounding cipher. I am not even certain when I will finish decoding the next. Gerald says so I am to sit idle, then? At least I've a few bottles of quality liquor to keep.
After discussion,
God but says a regrettable yet unavoidable delay. Let us reconvene when the manual has given up its. Meanwhile, I leave and should you wish to experiment with a different variety of Mandeville weapon.
Alright, I am back. Maybe a bad idea to drink 64 ounces of water while I'm streaming.
Godbert says, then this highly trained House Mandeville artisan is at your service. I've imparted to him the necessary techniques for facilitating this initial stage of crafting. He requires only a contribution of Mandrium meteorite to forge a weapon. Gerald says, another near-naked bastard. What do ye Mandeville folk have a... Godbert says, oh ho ho ho. Gerald says, you know what, I don't even wanna know, je apostrophe ... leave the smithy. Godbert says, very well, then I shall return anon. I am most eager to see the next stage of our...
Yay!
A repeatable quest is now available from the House Manderville Artisan at the High Crucible of Alchemia. This quest may be accepted to create Manderville weapons for other jobs. Please ensure you have changed to your desired job before speaking with the House Manderville Artisan.
Okay. Cool beans. Hammering it up is now complete. Inventory. No. Ammo chest is what I need. Okay. The next... Okay, let's figure this out now. What's the maximum for the Mandeville? I wonder. What's the max eye level for... Where is it here? Mandeville. 665. So it's actually weaker than... Huh. But I can now say that I have the Mandeville axe. Cool beans. What does this do? Let me look at the wiki for it. Okay, yeah. So I'm pretty sure I can clear those out. Where's my ammo chest? Katana Ultima. Someone the Ultima weapon? I should a Literature has it. Okay. So let's go. I need a summoning spell. There's no summoning. Summoning goes right there. Okay. Delivery movable. No bell? Oh, there it is. So, I have to do.
Nekoka says I have returned, love. And do I have a tale to tell? Anything for you. Bad. Is the doctor fine? You.
So where was that bell? I mean, it was, Nikocha had it, right? Yeah.
Neck.
And let's go to Britannia.
Antoinette. We hope you.
What was the... Oh. Army chest. Oh. Okay. I'm dumb. Um. So I didn't actually need to come here. Okay, so that was massive attack. And hockey manor out actually. Why cube for those? Let's go to Southern Thailand. Yeah, Southern Thailand. Maybe not. There we go.
Gadget Leviathan says yo. Forest Leviathan says oi. Cottery Leviathan says o slash.
Why did I eat when I'm a paladin? That's what I think it is. Yep.
Gadget Leviathan says already did.
Oh, must be still raining. In Ragnar.
Coterie Leviathan says oops. I didn't think it's aggro from there.
Well, I guess.
Forest Leviathan says GGS.
Two combinations. Not bad. Oops. Now I can remove 1,000 Mars. I didn't get it, so I have to put it back. So do I need to have the? Do I need to have it equipped? Fire of the Blaze. You must have it equipped. Okay, so Okay, mana. Oh. Oh, right. So which way do we go? This way? Gesture first, I think. One, two, three, four. Okay. Was there a key in here or no? Okay.
Slake my hunger and know true glory.
Celeste Leviathan says whoa.
I shall feast upon your very soul.
Uh-oh. Damn.
I still hunger, bring me more, more.
Mitru Yasu Leviathan says R. Celeste Leviathan says yep. Auntie Kraken says sure.
Slake my hunger and know true glory. I shall feast upon your very soul. I still hunger, bring me more, more.
Auntie Kraken says WTF. Celeste Leviathan says I don't really get why that one-shots. Celeste Leviathan says not sure what I'm missing. Celeste Leviathan says oh gotcha. Celeste Leviathan says okay okay this is the one.
Slake my hunger and know true glory. I shall feast upon your very soul. I still hunger, bring me more, more. Your souls are mine at last.
Celeste Leviathan says Thai GG. Mitru Yasu Leviathan says GG.
Good job, guys. I got all 3 combinations for that. Hell yeah. I need a mentor. Wow, there's no mentors down here right now. Wow. Insta-cute.
Gwen Leviathan says oh slash.
We didn't even get LB.
Gwen Leviathan says GGS.
Is that 2 combinations at a time? Oh my. Western Lanase. Reaching North Tide Gate. Oh, perfect. That's what I need right there. I don't know what level I am. 41. Yay. More Danya now? Black and Nibiru is what it's called. Oh, and it's here right now too. Holy hell, that's amazing. Ooh. Yay. So now, Breaking Dawn in East Shroud. Am I gonna get 3 for 3? That would be hilarious if I do. Nope. Oh, whatever. Oops, right here. What is...
Hmm.
Am I gonna get this one? Oh my god, I got it with 1 second to go. Wow. That's crazy. Why?
Thundermelon says cassette. Thundermelon claps. Ambiguous says disambiguous tosses flower petals into the air. Ambiguous says disambiguous showers cassette. Thundermelon with flower petals. Thundermelon says cassette. Thundermelon showers disambiguous with flower petals. Ambiguous says disambiguous showers cassette. Thundermelon with flower petals. Thundermelon says cassette. Thundermelon waves to you. Ambiguous says disambiguous showers you with flower petals. Thundermelon says cassette. Thundermelon showers disambiguous with flower petals. Cassette. Thundermelon showers you with flower petals.
Huh. I'm gonna go up to the moon now. I'll wait. That's still not in yet? What the hell? Let me just grab the link for that. I don't want the New York Times one only because it'll be We'll do this, Carpenter.
Reetsay says I'm with friends in instance 1.
Here we go, guys. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, wait. It did not start at 4:36. It lied to us.
When we're finished building on these foundations, we'll have the most cosmotastic hub you can imagine. The assignment is simple: clear the site of obstructions and tend to construction tasks.
Oh yeah, it's this guy. Uh, what is his name? Dagger. What's the search? Warson. How is it? W-O-R-S-O-N. Oh, you see me out. Okay. I am unable to retrieve. Okay. I feel like my mic's not working, but it is in OBS. I guess it's just because Rev doesn't care. Hey, Vecna. How was your nap? Oh my god, we are only at 32%. We're gonna run out of time. Uh, 32% with... It was good? That's good. How's the storm? Still thundering pretty hard? Oh, okay. "22 minutes remaining." Why do we have people crafting? We need to be cleaning up. Was 7% below target. Twitch locals, you need to come join us. That's what Chaotic says. 58%. Oh my god, we're only 2% behind.
Hanako says we got this.
Oops. %70%. Oh my god. Oh my god. We're 90 seconds. We need to get 5% in the next 90 seconds. Oh my god, I think we caught up. I think we caught up. More Caleb Red voice.
Lernori says because there's not atmosphere to wear it down.
Alright. We are so running out of time. 88% in 6 minutes. Shit. Hello?
Is there such thing as a baby velociraptor?
I don't know, is there? I would say it's a
I have no
baby.
idea.
Was that one of my questions that came up?
No. Now are you guys gonna make it?
We're only like 1% ahead. Maybe 2. Zio is trying to say we're like 12% ahead, which is impossible because we're at 88%.
Don't listen to him.
I know.
Is there just not enough people?
No. But it, like they said in the Novice Network, it's a godsend that we got this on a midday on a Saturday, because lately they've been coming around 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. during the week.
Is that when most people are on?
No, that's when this event, because this event has it's like an S rank, right? Like it has a spawn window.
Yeah, maybe Square should fix that.
Yeah.
Because if the event's only happening in the middle of the night, and to be honest, most people have
Hanako
jobs.
says for XP.
It's because it's literally
Pepper says
it
I am
happens
all max
around the world
LVLS.
all at the exact same time. So
Yeah, well, that's not really fair.
It's happening. It basically what it does is it rotates, every time zone. So like this one was at
Brilliant. We're set to finish right on schedule. Make sure you get plenty of rest afterwards.
Just before 6 p.m. Which means the next one will probably be 7 a.m.
Yeah, that sounds like a problem Square should fix.
Because it's every 25 hours.
Hanako says rar.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
It's every 25 hours, so it rotates. So, like, yesterday would have been, yeah. We did it though. We literally did it. We did it with
12 seconds to spare.
36 seconds to spare.
Everyone's diligent work has wrought astounding advancements upon our Moongate hub. Don't forget to read Reporting Way's latest log entry via the infrastructure index.
96% of a level for my carpenter. My carpenter was level 98.
Wow.
Yeah. 22 million carpenter experience. Yeah, so the last time we failed was 11 p.m. Thursday night. Yeah. Oh, this is fancy now.
Pepper says no it's not. Where's the dome?
I've yet to do one of those.
Yeah. This is stage 11. That was a long 40 minutes. That was a long 40 minutes. Are you coming back or not? Because I did unlock the others. I've been working on my ARO ARO relics while you were gone.
Alex. Yeah, I don't have the drive to play Final Fantasy right now.
Yeah. What are you gonna do? Or what are you doing?
I'm not sure. Watch anime and Olympus is for the next 42 minutes, so maybe I'll hop over there.
Olympus is in 42 or at or 442?
It's happening for 42 more minutes.
Oh, you know what? Then I will hop over there because yeah, I'm kind of not. You're not gonna play. I had that feeling too. Especially when it's
I like Final Fantasy. I'm waiting for the Relic weapons to come out, and I don't want to get burned out before that happens.
Yeah, I hear you there. Trust me, I felt like that.
I mean, as much as I want to do the other Relic weapons, I don't want to be doing. I mean, we're already doing the Boja and the Eureka at the same time, and
and I'm doing AOL at the same time too.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind doing them. I just
well, because of TikTok, which is stupid. You know what? It's good. I don't care if TikTok boots it at the end of it. I'm gonna put it on a be right back screen. Edit. Oh, I can switch it. I just have to use TikTok.com. What is my uptime at? I'm at 5:44. Final Fantasy 14, 0.00.00, 05:45:00 Apex Legends. Change it to Apex. Change it to Apex. Update. Now open. Now we wait for Apex to open. I just got the you were declined email from that company that was supposed to hear. I was supposed to hear back from on Monday. So they're a week behind on sending that. That bad after a cold start this morning. I think my stream just went down. What?
It's buffering.
When you are in a party, press enter to chat.
Do I skirmisher? Do I want to do skirmisher or do I want to try and just do it as Sparrow? Do you think I'll get it faster as Sparrow? The 1,000 damage with the bolt, with the ult?
Probably.
Yeah, I'm stealing, oh wait, what's my weekly?
That's fine.
Yeah, I'm gonna steal him. Although I could get, yeah, I only need 2 kills, but that's, I can do that later.
Introducing your champion.
Your death will come with speed and
Post-mortem espresso? We've played against them before.
I'm the Jump Master. Oh, se lo dici tu.
Where do we want to land?
Come on, let's see if we're a match.
Oh, you know what's hilarious? I'm already getting skip frames warning from, So maybe just OBS does not like, Apex.
Well, Apex is kind of a...
Fly like an arrow.
Intensive heavy?
Yeah. Sorry. I was trying to look to see if anyone was following us.
chaos begins. Lay down a gate.
I've got a balloon.
Don't mind if I do.
Is that you?
Yep.
We're already in something.
I got a purple backpack right off the hop.
Ah, there's a new kill leader.
Got a hop up here.
What now?
Select fire. Sniper stock here. Level 3.
You should take that. Well, I'm gonna start at.
Are now available.
I don't even have a gun yet.
Head over there.
Right there.
Tracker set and ready to gather intel. Tracker out. A tra poco. Bullseye. Enemy tracked.
Circle.
I'm down. No, don't revive me now. It's too easy. Tracking an enemy.
They're both right there.
Shot at.
Damn.
I can't.
Killed you, and it's the winter, and that will make you rust away, but not me.
Yeah, I think my stream has completely died. You guys still see the Be Right Back screen on my end, eh?